Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the mothership. We are back with another fantastic stream today, of course. We will continue with GeoGuessr. We will get more wins. And let's see if I can get a win on my own without your help. I mean, I feel like I should at least get one win today, right? And we are also gonna do some training because I still have a lot of issues with Eastern European countries. So let's see if we can find some training material on GeoGuessr as well for that. Because the whole point of me streaming here, of course, is to learn. And if I don't learn anything in a stream, well, I just don't want to do that. By the way, I lowered the resolution. Hopefully there will be less lag today. Let's see a delay check. Hi. It's about 3 seconds. Not too bad. Let me open up some warm-up game. You know it. I don't know, I was playing around before the stream with OBS. However, isn't it kind of annoying when I lowered the resolution of the canvas? Well, all my elements didn't scale with it. So shouldn't it be better if when I lower the resolution all my elements also go smaller? Because when I lowered the resolution I had to adjust all the elements again manually. It's kind of annoying. That is not the behavior that I would expect. Alright, let me activate the chat. Just like that, the chat is activated. Now we can start sending messages into space. Alright, let's start. So the game, we are starting with this Wordle. The goal of the game is to guess a 5-letter word in English. You can do so by entering other words, existing words. So you can't just enter random letter combinations. I always start out with Korean and Solid because they have They have 10 of the 11 most used letters in the English alphabet. So the only letter that's not yet been tested is T, so if you don't have a lot of letters yet, then there's a high chance that there is still a T in it. So the green color indicates that the letter is in the right place. The yellow on the orange or whatever it is on your screen indicates that it is in a word, but not on this occasion. So now I know the C is over here, and the L and the I are in it, but not in this location. So now we have to figure out where they are. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So cliff. So now we know the I is over here, but the L is still not here. Chilp. Chili. No, almost. So if I would guess child, well, that would not be possible because we already know the D is not in it. You can also look over here on the keyboard. You can see like the dark colors mean that the letter is not in it, and the lighter colors mean that there's still a possibility that the letter is in it. So chill. Chilp. Chilled. Chill. Yes, just like that. We got it. Let's do another one. Crane. Solid. So we already know two of them. And the L is also in it. Plate. So the L is not over here. And the T is also not in it. And the P is also not in it. Let's see, what can we do? Could be that there's another A or another E in the beginning. That's still a possibility. So I like to know if the L is over here or over here, because that are the only two options that are still possible. But if the L is over here, what letter combination exists? So I feel like the L is not here, but it's there. Is this something? It's not. Quail. So we know that the L is over here. Now we still need to guess two letters. So it could be another A, an L, or an E. Whale. Yes, got it. Let's do another one. So in this case we don't get a lot of information yet, so I'm also gonna try a jumpy, because then we have the Y and the U. So in this case it's a U. And of course you also have the J, the M and the P. So the T has not yet been tested, so I feel like there's a high probability that the T is in the word that we are trying to guess. What can we test? Like this is not possible, right? Because the U is not here. So the U is also not over here, so it can only be one of those two locations. We also know that T is not in it, and the N is not over here. And this is also not possible, because the N is not here. Let's see. Maybe it starts out with the N, or it starts out with the E. I mean, no, this is also not possible because the N cannot be here. Well, I feel like no. Is there a two letter combination that starts out with the N? I don't feel like it exists, and if it does not exist, we know that the N has to be over here. And there's probably another E in it. Something like this. Venue? Yes, let's go. See, if you just think about it a little bit, this game is not so hard. No idea why some other streamers are having issues with this game. Should we try our jumpy? Why not? Well, maybe not. Is this something? It's not. Sit. That is something. So the I is not over here. The T is not over here. So the I has to be there. Stike. Stike. Could also be like this. Spite. Yes. Let's go. Next one. Crane. Solid again. Not a lot of information. Jumpy. So U. Stunt. Skunk, is that something? Yes. Got it. Next one. Alright, we got 4 letters. Now we have to figure out where they are located. Probably ends with an S, because it does not end with a D. Divas. It does not end with an S, but it does start with a D. Daisy? Let's go. Just like that. Alright, not a lot yet, so I'm also gonna try out Jumpy. Nothing. Night. Yes, easy. Crane. Solid. Let's see. Well, that's not something. So there's an A, an E, and an I in it. It probably then ends with IA. like media. Let's go. So far so good. I'm always having a lot of fun playing this game because in this game it's easy to get wins. Road. Yes. So far so good. Of course, if you want to help me out in this game, you can always do so. Just let me know in the chat. The stream delay today should not be a lot. So that's easier, I hope, for you guys to help me out. And I'm gonna be honest, I need your help. Let me try out Jumpy. So it's the U this time. I feel like we had this a couple of games ago, but I forgot. Let's see. This is not something. I could try out Ultra, but maybe there's a better word. Yeah, let me just try it. So we know the L is here, the U is not here. Fluke. Yes. That one was a little bit harder, but we got it. Future. Alright, so we know the O and the R. Wager. Mare. Could be another R. Wait, razor. No. Last guess. Paper. No, what was it? Favor. Alright. Well, that's a good time to jump over to GeoGuessr. So let me open up the game. Let's go back. Bam, just like that. Let's see. Before we do the Battle Royale mode, let's see what other options we got, because I like to learn Eastern European countries. Let's see. East Europe. Alright, let's see what this is. Let's start the learning process. So what do we have over here? It's flat. I see some houses. The road is not so wide. Let's see if we can figure this one out. So they are driving on the right side, of course. Let's look at this sign. So this sign has small outlines. This sign is even yellow. There's a cross. these landmarks are probably from a specific country. Let's see. I feel like this might be Ukraine. Is there a sign over there? Let's see if it's Cyrillic. It is not Cyrillic. Turek. So the sign is green. So what do we have? So we have a green sign. We have these poles with white on the bottom. We have a yellow sign, a road sign with small red borders around it. Now we have to figure out where that country is. I feel like this might be Hungary. No, so this was Poland. Alright, so now I need to remember with everything we saw that that is Poland. Let's see, this is a yellow plate, but the other plates are white. Maybe that's a taxi or something. The cars look all older, so not a lot of new cars. This type of housing does look like Russian, Poland. Well, I would just say it's more Eastern European. So are these small lines? I can't tell. Not really. So we have blue signs over here. It is not Cyrillic, .eu. Let's see. LT. Is that Latvia? No, it's Lithuania. This may be then LV, I don't know. Alright, so we need to remember that. Let's do more. Let's speed it up a little bit. So I see blue signs, not green signs. So this means we are not in Poland. Like this board also looks very specific. Like the design is a little bit different from other places in Europe. So now we know this is Cyrillic. We have, I can't tell what type of plates. Don't they have front plates? Or maybe it is very well blurred out. It's a different type. Alright, Latvia is indeed LV. Thank you for letting me know. Like there are specific characters that are only from certain countries. For example, this special B is only in Bulgaria. If it is Cyrillic. But I'm not seeing anything right now that stands out. So I would say maybe Ukraine. Hi there. We need to learn. No, that's not Ukraine. Over there. Alright, so in this case it was Russia. Alright, let's see over here. I feel like in Europe you have a lot of plates that have this blue, this blue European label. I'm not seeing that over here, and I also did not see it in the previous one, because in Russia you probably don't have that. So I'm also not seeing that here. So let's see if it is Cyrillic. Could be that other countries also don't have that. So it is indeed Cyrillic. Or is this not? Like this. This mirrored N. Well, I think it is. Yeah, indeed. So I don't see blue here. And Russia is not completely part of Europe, right? It's only like part of it is Europe. So I feel like this is also somewhere over here. Alright, so I think my reasoning was correct. But of course it was not spot on. Let's see something. So now we have like wider red lines. So this is probably not Poland, because in Poland they have smaller red lines. Also not green signs, but white signs this time. So it's not Cyrillic, white signs. What country could that be? Let me take a look at plates. So now you can see we do have this blue. Yeah, they are not in the European Union, right? But they are in Europe. You're right about that. Alright, so this one does give it away. Let's see if we can learn something else. So the roads look pretty normal. This also looks pretty normal. Maybe the stop sign is different. It's not, just says stop. So this blue sign is for the European Union and not the location in Europe. Right. So this, what are they called? Accents or commas? Or on the A you have that in multiple countries, but on the Y that's more specific to Eastern European countries, but I'm not sure. Alright, so we know this is Czech Republic. Alright, not too far. Can we play again? I have to look. Really? Do I have to look it up again? Yeah, right now I'm just trying to learn the differences between the Eastern European countries so I can do better in the Battle Royale mode. Now this car, I would say it looks Russian. So we have this mirrored N again. So that's Cyrillic. I don't see the blue. So that means it is not in Bulgaria, because Bulgaria is in the European Union. But they also use Cyrillic. And I think it's the same for Serbia and Montenegro. Or is this Greek? No, I feel like this is also Cyrillic, because we have this mirrored N again. And this is Greek. Alright, so we are somewhere in Belarus, Russia or Ukraine. We know that. I'm not sure if they even have Street View in Belarus, because I actually have never. I don't think so. In GeoGuessr it was never Belarus. This plate, well, it says Rush, so it's Russia this time. But can we recognize this plate when it is blurred out? No, then it's hard to see. So let's learn something else then. This sign looks normal. Maybe they have other specific. I can't go that way. No, I can. Like, if I did not see that plate, how can I know this is not Ukraine? Hi there. Like, I need to. Alright, so Belarus is in GeoGuessr. Well, maybe I've just got lucky or bad luck, because so far I don't have seen it before. Could be that we have it today. Like yesterday, like Israel, sometimes it's very common, but yesterday we had like this weird streak that it was Israel, Turkey, Israel, Turkey, Israel, Turkey. That was weird. All in one game. Like, is there something specific so we know that this is Russia? Let's look at the lines. There are no lines. Maybe that's a sign. No lines. So this board is white. And this sign is pretty big. Alright, there are lines. I feel like this type of car is that Russian brand, and I'm not sure what it was. And all the cars look like they're all the same. Google car, yes, we can also look at the car. And can you see that antenna, or maybe is it in the shadow? Well, that's a good giveaway. So I'm just gonna do Russia. Doesn't matter where, because we only need to know the country and not. Alright, so this does not look like Russia. And let's confirm it. Could be Russia. Can we look at the car? Nope, we cannot look at the car. Can we see a sign? So this is yellow again. We have seen this in Poland as well. Could be that other countries are also using that. This bollard maybe. It's red, not black. Yeah, so these signs look like Poland. Let's see if this is green. Yes, it is green. And this L, or this weird T, is definitely, it's only specifically from Poland, so alright, we got it. The red road numbers, yes. So it is Cyrillic. Well, we can see the website, but if we did not see the website, then we have the options, like could be Bulgaria, Serbia, but we don't see the blue, so it's probably Ukraine, Belarus, or Russia. The bollards look like this, so that's a good giveaway maybe. 70. Let's look at the signs. They don't really stand out for me. But the bollards do. But I'm not sure if they are the only country with this type of bollard. also looks like they are using longer dashes or longer lines, so we also can remember that. And this is also different, because this part in other European countries is not this high or not this long, and a little bit wider. So this looks like a slim version of this sign. Alright, let's go Russia. We were right again. So this is again Cyrillic. We see a rocket. What? No, it's a plane. Well, it gives me a Russian vibe as well. Let's see. So this is again like a bigger. In other countries, these signs are smaller. White board again. We don't see this blue, so we are again not in Belarus. I mean, not in Bulgaria. Let's look at the car. So is this big antenna? So then this would be it does not look like a big antenna, but you can at least see it. You can at least see it on the car. So then this could be Ukraine. But the signs look Russian. So it could be that they have the same kind of signs. It's also, I don't think they do this, so it's not big enough. I don't think they do this in all countries, like put this sign on both sides. I feel like in some countries they only put it on one side, but the yellow indeed. Also in the 40. Well, 40 I feel is also specifically from certain countries, because not in all countries you have a 40 speed. It's like 30, 50, but 40. Yeah, so, and even 20. So this is Russia again, probably somewhere over here. Nope, but it was Russia. So I'm still want to see this very big antenna. Is this a big antenna? I don't know. Does not look really big. So it is Cyrillic again, it looks Russian. Let's look at the signs. Street signs. So these poles. So this is Ukraine, you think? So these type of poles. They have this side pole, wide side pole. You have to look for that. I would like to get some road signs. Well, now we have completely different type of pole. Red car. You mean the Google car? Or red cars just from other people? The Google car. How can you tell that this is a red car? Maybe you can see that some point. I mean, it looks a little bit reddish. So we finally have some road signs. We also have this big are that weights? I don't know what it is, but it looks like something I could recognize. Let's look at the plates. No, they don't look. Also, phone numbers could be maybe a good hint. So the road signs all look very similar to Russian road signs. Very, extremely similar. They might be made in the same factory. Alright, I don't see anything else. I'm gonna go for Ukraine because of the red car. No, so this was Russian again. I feel like the antenna was not that big. Let's do one more and then we jump over to Battle Royale. No problem. And the signs look exactly like Russian signs. So now we have, I would say, Poland, because we have the yellow. The yellow signs with the thin red lines. So Poland should have a blue marking on their license plates. That's nothing really. Do they have these poles inside your yard? Maybe that's also something very specific. So yeah, we now know for sure that this is Poland because of this symbol and the green. So they also have this white sign with a thin black border around it. You need to remember that. There's something else that stands out. So The gates look like Romania. Do they also have the yellow signs and the yellow street signs in Romania? Because so far I've only seen that in Poland. Alright, so we know this one's Poland. Yes, got it. Alright. So after this one, so we are in round 2, I'm gonna do one quick round only in Romania. Because Romania is also guessed a lot. So this looks like Russia, this car specifically, like this brand. How is it called? I forgot. And also they put this bus sign, I would say on the wrong side of the road. Like, why is this over here? That also looks Russian. So we have this. Do we have Cyrillic? So I'm not seeing a blue European Union part. So this could be Belarus, Ukraine or Russia. So we have white signs. Yeah, it definitely is Russia this time. But over here we have a yellow sign. Let me have a look at the stoplights or traffic lights. This side maybe. So they have white borders around them. I'm also gonna do a Ukraine one. So this, we definitely know this is Russia. Yes, we got it. Let's see, what's this? So first thing I like to do is always look at the plates. I think they have a blue. I think I'm seeing a blue something there. Yes, so it's definitely somewhere in the European Union. So these bollards are not from Russia, because we have seen the Russian bollards before and they don't look like this. Alright, so we know it's somewhere in the European Union. Now we have to figure out where exactly it is. I like to look at some street signs. Yes, here we go. 10. These are thicker borders. So in Poland, I think they use smaller borders. Is this German? Looks like German. What exactly is East Europe? I feel like Germany would be still west. Different kinds of bollards. Alright, so I have no idea where this is, but there are a lot of unique features. So it's not Poland, I feel like. It is not Russia, Ukraine or Belarus, because it is not Cyrillic. The language looks like German. Could be Czech. Maybe this is Hungary. Alright, so it was Germany. Well, apparently Berlin maybe is, I don't know. Yeah. You also have to keep in mind this one is probably made by someone, not an official game, I believe. So first thought, this looks Russian, like two poles with just a line hanging the plates. In other countries they would put like bars, metal bars. If you look at the traffic sign, traffic lights, they also have this white around them. This looks like it is indeed Cyrillic. So far all the signs are pointing towards Russia. And over here we also got on the left side marks for the crossroads, or I don't know what they are called. They don't do that in all countries. So this sign also looks Russian. Let's see if they have a sign on the other side. Yes, they also have a sign on the other side for some reason. I don't know why. Let's look at the cars. I don't think I see blue on them, so it's not European Union, so it cannot be Belarus, Serbia. So everything points towards Russia, so it has to be Russia, yes. So let's see over here. It's not giving me a lot of information. These poles we've seen in Russia. I don't see blue. Is it Cyrillic? I think it is. Can't go this way anymore, so let's go the other way. So now we are on a street. But over here they use different kind of poles, so that's not really easy to remember. They do have these weights on them. We have seen that before. I want to see some road signs. Or maybe the lack of road signs is also a good hint. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, so we have the same bus sign again. It's probably on both sides. Well, this time it's not. But the crossroad sign is on both sides. No white lines though. Let's look at the Google Street View car. Is this big antenna that might be from Ukraine? Well, this specific car is from Russia. But we saw other European brands as well. Again, not this double-sided bus stop. Maybe they don't do that everywhere. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna say Ukraine. Alright, it was Ukraine, so maybe that is a sign that they don't put these double-sided bus signs, bus stop signs, and also not the white borders around. And we got this big antenna. Alright, let's, like, why can I not? Oh, alright, I can play again. Can I go back? Game breakdown. Let's go for Romania. Let's learn something from Romania. So we got this type of pole. They don't use the weights. They look like a tree. Don't see any markings on the road. You have this gate with blue numbers. And it just looks warmer already. Let's look at the Google bar. Oh, we cannot see it. And now we got small dashes on the side of the road. Would be nice if we could see some road signs. So they are painted white on the bottom. Well, it looks a lot warmer. Alright, so these road signs have wider red lines, red borders. So blue signs for direction, but this could be and we got these gates that you mentioned before. What else can we see? So they should have the blue. Yes, I think they have. Or maybe not. Well, I think there's something blue over there, so. It would be nice if we could go to a bigger city. Well, it doesn't matter where it is. We know it is in Romania, and we were right, because they are all in Romania. So again, we have this type of tree with the white color. Like this looks European. In Russia we saw that this line was thinner and longer, so that's a good giveaway. They also don't put this sign on both sides like they did in Ukraine and in Russia. The dashes look small, not so long. It's also something they do. Well, they use bigger dashes in Russia. So we do have these blue signs. So if it was green, then it would be Poland, with blue signs with these arrows. I'm not sure if they are specifically from Romania only, but they do stand out. Let's see if we can learn something else. So all blue. Alright, so this is Romania. We were right. Alright, there's dashes again, also on the side of the road. The poles look like trees. They also have this white part on the bottom. Can't tell. I'm not sure. So the fences. Alright, I think we know. Romania. Well, it is taking its time. Yes, guess. Maybe we need to take a look at the language. Like, it looks like a little bit Spanish, right? The DR combination is maybe not Spanish. Alright, they don't have lines around these signs. They have this hat on top of the A. They use the 50 speed and not the 40 or 20 speed. So yellow plates, I mean yellow signs with the white name underneath it. Yeah, so the poles look again like trees. We got the double lines over here. The landscape looks more Russian, to be honest. So we again got this hat on top of the A, also on top of the I. We got this double I at the end. Let's take a look at the car. We can see some part of the antenna. Right, we are learning. These signs do look Russian, but they only have them on one side. So yeah, this looks more like towards Ukraine. Nope, it's just the opposite. So last one. So we have these blue labels on the license plates. We have the double white line again. Alright. Is this red? I think so. It's also a good indication, but it might be city dependent. I'm not sure about that. So the bus signs in Russian are also longer, and they are symmetric, and these ones are not. Alright, so I don't know why they put this sign on this side of the road. So that's Romania. Alright. Maybe we do another one. So we know Poland, we know Ukraine, we know Russia, we know Romania. Well, if it is not Ukraine, Russia or Belarus, so we can look at the blue signs, then there's a high chance it is Bulgaria. Could also be Northern Macedonia, Montenegro or Serbia. Maybe we take a look at Serbia now. Main menu. So let's start out with the Google car. Can't see something yet. Let's look at the signs. It's a big sign. I have no idea what this sign means. It looks like somebody painted on top of it. They also have these double lines, so we see again like this big sign with two labels on top of it instead of like actually two signs on top of each other with one pole. Maybe that is something. From Serbia only, they use this white line around the stop sign. We got the black corner indicators. Let's look at the language. Well, it should be Cyrillic, right? I believe it is. We have these yellow and red indicators as well. Need to remember that. We have, well, this time there are two separate boards, but there are still like these panels and not this rounded cutout. So that could be something specific. So this time they put the sign on the other side of the road. Or maybe somebody thought it was funny just to flip this one. I'm not sure about that. Also looks flat, I don't see mountains. These look funny. Well, they look funny to me, at least. Somebody flipped the sign again. No, so they also put them on both sides. We have seen that in Russia as well. Let me take a look at the dashes. They look like medium long, but they are far apart. They use the word stop, parking. Alright, let's go to the next one. So again, the lines. Now we can have a look at the bollards. Well, this one is broken, it looks like. So white bollards with a top piece that is black and the red reflectors. It looks flat again. These poles look different from the ones we saw before. This looks like a combination of a more European style and a Russian style, because they look a little bit longer. But they do have this arrow. In Russia you don't have this arrow. Let me take a look at the language. RS, is that Serbia? Well, do they speak Cyrillic? Do they use Cyrillic sign? Because this does not look like Cyrillic. Alright, so now we have a yellow. Yes, this is Cyrillic. Maybe they use two languages. That could also be an indication. Like we have Cyrillic on top and something else on the bottom. Alright, this is a good street because we got a lot of signs. So these signs are higher and less wide. We got this 40 speed. The 40 speed is not something you have in all countries. Then it will be 30 or 50, but not 40. But this time we do get the individual signs. Maybe it is only specific to certain parts of Serbia. Could be. Well, I feel like I just need to remember that 40 is the speed from Russia, and if it is from Russia, I say Russia, but I mean Russian-like, and then I have to figure out if it is in Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, or in this case if they use the blue labels, then it could be Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro, or Northern Macedonia. So I see they always use like two languages. Is there something else we can? Let's go to the next one. So these signs, they also look specific. I mean, they stand out. Ulika or Ulisa, I'm not sure. No idea what that means. So this 40 speed again. Škola. School. Alright, the sign only on one side of the road. So now we have a city or a town. So they don't have the white borders around them. I mean, to be honest, I'm gonna forget what I'm saying right now very soon, but if I keep repeating this, that looks very ordinary. So we don't have this crossroad sign on this side. We can definitely see, or maybe not, the blue European Union indicator. Like this does not look Cyrillic. So maybe I need to look up if Serbia has multiple languages. Let me look that up. So they only have one official language, that is Serbian. And other languages that they speak are Hungarian, Bosnian, Romani, Slovak, Albanian, Romanian, Croatian, Bulgarian. So all the surrounding. But the Serbian language, do they use Cyrillic? It's not that easy, it looks like. So they are using both Cyrillic and Latin. And they are the only European country that are doing that, it looks like. Alright, that's a good indicator. So this looks like Cyrillic. Alright, let's go to the next one. And then we start with the games. This one is more difficult. Let's take a look at these ones. They are made from metal. These ones are not. Let's take a look at the signs. Like this does not look like Cyrillic. But they use like a combination of both. So blue indicators. I feel like I'm gonna get them all wrong if we start playing after this one. Give me something. Well, yeah, now we do have this 50 speed, and we also have this larger sign, so it's very confusing. Very confusing. I need to practice this more at some point. Final round. So they have these big signs over there. This 40 speed, alright, so now we got it again. These metal, well, sometimes they are metal. This sign looks something I would not remember. Alright, so we do have this metal again. This metal electricity poles. Alright, let's jump into it. Competitive, let's start. So we are still in the silver division, so we are starting out today with 632 points. Let's see if we can go up, because from yesterday we went down. Yeah, so now I need to remember it could be anywhere. Let me take a look at the sign. Somebody said Sweden. Maybe it looks like Finland. Yes, because they have, in Finland they have these double A's. Right, what else can we learn? So they use like these red indicators. Double T also, like a lot of doubles. A yellow indicator over there. And the trees. Alright, so we got it. Let's go to the next round. Let's see, what do we have over here? It looks European. This is German, right? Yes, got it. Because this symbol is German. So now we can start analyzing. Alright, we don't have time to analyze. Looks warmer. sun is in the south, so we are in the northern hemisphere. I would say maybe France, Spain. Somebody guessed Sweden. It's not Sweden. It cannot be Australia because we are the northern hemisphere. Guys, why are you guessing that? Oh no, sorry. I probably would have done the same when I started out with the game. It's also not Denmark, but looks Scandinavian by the trees. It's not Finland either. We have a sign. Small lines. Could that be Poland? It's not Poland. Maybe Lithuania. It's not Lithuania. Well, we got our 50-50. It does not feel like Ukraine. Yes. So I was in the right area, but let's see. This might be Sri Lanka, India, this not. They are driving on the left side, so it could be definitely India. Somebody guessed India. Could be Bangladesh. Yeah. Got it. So the language gave it away there. See over here. I need to read the sign. Please go forward. Polizei. That's Germany. Could also be Austria. It was Switzerland. Alright. I still have to remember now that we are not in East Europe. We are in the whole world. So they put the signs on the left side. Only on the left side. Are they driving on the left? They have IKEA. I don't see the blue label. Is this Russia? Yes, it is. People probably saw some text, but I didn't see it. Yes, there are. Here's the Cyrillic language or signs. I don't know if it is a language. I don't think so. Restaurante, this feels Mexican. Everybody got it wrong. Nice. What else could it be? From that area, right? We need to know if it is Spanish or Portuguese, because if it's Portuguese, it's Brazil. I need to guess. Brazil. Yes. So then we know it was Portuguese and not Spanish. Alrighty. Let's go to the next round. 4 people only got it. I see palm trees. They are driving on the left side, it looks like. No, they are driving on the right side. Is that Dubai? Or is this Israel? I'm not sure. Could it be Israel? No, Dubai. Oh no, I was too slow there. The flag, yes, there was a flag. I wasn't sure if it was a flag or just... No! Why? Why did I do that? Looks Asian. Could be Indonesia. Let me take a look at this. It's not South Africa, no. Meet the hippo. Well, maybe I was completely wrong about this being Asia. Hama Farm. Well, let's try UK. Let's try Australia. Let's do this 50-50. Canada. Well, there was nothing giving it away for me. And that being looking Asia, well, sometimes in these amusement parks they have like this Asian section where they make everything look like you are an Asian. Same with Africa. Alright, this feels like Eastern Europe. Let's see what we have practiced. So I have not seen them before with the lines. If we take a look car, we can at least see, yes, so we are in the European Union. That's good to know. So these poles look very specific to a certain area. Are they smaller? Maybe this Poland. I don't feel like it is somewhere we have been today. Could be Czech. Could be Hungary. I don't know. Yeah, Lithuania. Alright, lucky guess there, but doesn't matter. So we are driving on the left side over here. This could be Japan. Parking, is this South Africa? It's not Japan. Could be South Africa. Yes, got it. Because we are driving on the left side. Alright, 2 people left. Let's see, this feels like Eastern Europe. Well, the yellow signs. Was this Finland? Yes, it was, but I pressed it 1 millisecond too late. Oh no. Was this a 40 speed again? So I saw the street markings and they look like Finland. They use like long words with a lot of double letters. I was 1 millisecond too late. But at least we are still moving up. Right. Looks European, looks warmer. It feels like I know this place. Yes. It's Dutch. So that's why I know. Like here they use like these bigger borders. It's like the opposite of Poland. In Poland they use very small borders. Looks like France, right? France. Little France. Alright, let's go. 6 people left. This star looks specific for something. What are people seeing? I don't see what people are seeing. I'm gonna do this 50-50. No, what was it? Really? Was this Greek? Looked like Cyrillic. Yes, it was Greece. Alright. Alright. Next one. Let's win this one. SK. Slovakia. Yes. So now that we are in Slovakia, let's learn. So they have this big red. That's something I can remember. I don't know if they use it everywhere, but at least here they do. Double lines as well. Škola, we've seen that before. But that was Serbia. UL, that could be specific. Red. We've also seen those red ones before, right? Alright, this feels like a very warm place. They definitely got a lot of sun. Canada. It's not. Is that Estonia? Russia. I mean, this could be anywhere. I don't feel like this is Russia. Maybe Norway? What are people looking at? Maybe they went the other way? But I'm not seeing anything. I still have some guesses left. No, I should have guessed Norway. Somebody already guessed that. Sweden. Let's go for my 50-50. Bulgaria. Alright, I did not see anything that looks like Bulgaria. Maybe it is just because the Google Street View car went by when it was in the winter or something. Maybe they can recognize this antenna. Is this USA? Yes, because of the bad quality, we have seen that before. They are driving on the left side. Is this Japan? Maybe this is... could be Malaysia? Yes, got it! Because there were some Japanese signs. So we are driving on the right side. It looks a little bit like Africa. Or it could be South America. It was Uruguay. Alright. At least we got in the final round. So that's not too bad. But now let's have a win. It froze. That's always nice. It's back. Is this Argentina again? Or maybe this is Uruguay again, I mean. Well, it's not Mexico, it's Portugal. What are they seeing specifically for this area? They are driving on the right side. I have to use my 50-50. Yeah, probably Portuguese. And if you know it is Portuguese, well then you have to be in Brazil. Or in Portugal. But somebody also guessed Spain, so I thought maybe it was Spanish. Because I cannot recognize, or I cannot distinguish both languages. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Oh no, the camera froze again. Let's see. They are driving on the right side. Is this USA? This is Canada. Let's go. Hi there. Thank you for following. Let's see over here. Feels like maybe this way the road, the colors of the street lines just changed. So this is USA. Just because we saw the marking for the miles an hour. What's this? Let's go this direction. Hello, if you want to help me out, please do so, because I can use some help. And we got it. Cannot go down any faster than this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's look around. Can I go over here? Do you have any idea where this could be? Is this maybe India or something? I don't know. We need to learn something. The plates look small. I really don't know. Let's see where it was. It was Costa Rica. I thought it was Asian. It's completely in the wrong continent. Alright. Let's see if we can learn something. Yellow plates looks Dutch. So I'm gonna say, because of the yellow plates. Yes, from the Netherlands. And also in the Netherlands they have like this nice bicycle lanes, because it's a bicycle country. And it's flat, of course. It's completely flat. All right. So nothing else we can learn from this. Well, they also put the signs on both sides. And they have a 60 speed. Not all countries have this 60 speed. You have this type of markings, but sometimes they are blue, I think. Alright, 9 people got it. Let's go to the final, next round, not the final round. Looks like Australia, but they are driving on the right side. 90 speed. Could maybe be... Let's see where the sun is. We cannot see where the sun is. I feel like the sun is in the south. This feels like European. Is this Italy? Or maybe Portugal. Well, it has to be Italy, right? But I'm gonna use... Alright, I'm completely in the wrong continent again. Senegal. Alright. I've not been here a lot in GeoGuessr, so expect it. So they... Bienvenue. Maybe that's French. English. Could be the Philippines. Let me move around. Looks more like Mexican, maybe. This is also English. We cannot see a website. They are driving on the right side. I don't know if this is Asian or South America. But what are they seeing? Let's start guessing. It's not Mexico, it's not Brazil. I feel like in Argentina they don't use English. Colombia maybe. No, no, no. So it was the Philippines. Really? That's what I thought as well, because everything is in English. But I don't know, it felt like South America. Why am I so bad at this game? They are driving on the right side. This is the US. No, Canada. Yes. No, it was a stupid guess because somebody already guessed that. So should have seen that and just guessed Canada right away. Alright, next round. Let's see, what do we got? We got small plates again. Are they driving on the left side or on the right side? They are driving on the right side. This is the US. It's Canada. Yes, Canada again. So just because everything is in English, they are driving on the right side. If they were driving on the left side, it could be Australia. They are driving on the left side. This feels like South Africa. Let's see what other people guessed. I don't need to guess yet. It's not South Africa. It's Botswana. Yes, let's go. It felt like an African country. They have these bigger trucks. And I know that sometimes when you think it is South Africa but it's not, well, in that case it is actually Botswana. So, but I don't see any specific marks that indicate that it would be Botswana. Maybe the yellow lines, I'm not sure about that. So are people gonna use their 50-50s? Let's see, yes, 150-50, got it right. Somebody else is gonna use, no, this one guessed wrong. Also guessed wrong, 50-50. Got it right. So four people are still playing. Looks like Italy, Please move. Move. Yes, thank you. They are driving on the right side. Somebody said Greece. It is not Greece. Yes, let's read. What is this? Portugal. Let's go. Well, it was PL, because then it would be Poland, right? But it did not look like Polish. Where are we? We are somewhere. So we are driving on the right side. This symbol looks weird to me. So are they using Cyrillic? I think so. And if they are, it could be Macedonia. I mean Montenegro. Northern Macedonia maybe. Bulgaria. Yes, Bulgaria. Alright, we got it. Final round. So we are driving on the left side, it looks like. Let's go with Australia. New Zealand. South Africa, right? No, really? Was this Ireland? The roads look too wide for it to be Ireland. Well, yeah. Alright. Close one again. I should have looked at the sun, because if we know where the sun is located. So these people are driving on the left side. It looks like Japan, but it is in English and it is also in Japanese. Are people gonna guess Japan? This is Malaysian, or is it? No, what is this? Indonesian? No, Philippines. What flag is that? It looks so familiar. South Korea? No. No, I can't remember what this flag is from. Singapore, maybe. Yes. Ooh. Alright, I need to remember this flag. Because Singapore is a common place in this game. Let's see. Can we learn something about the car? We cannot. Looks European. Yes, this is in the European Union. does not look like Poland. It does not look like... We have this G. It would be nice if we could read something. Please continue, thank you. The truck maybe. Let's go one forward. This combination looks... Maybe this is Czech. Or Lithuania. Yes, got it. Because somebody already guessed Czech Republic. Somebody guessed Romania. Three people got it. Let's go. It looks like Norway maybe. Yes. Come on. They are driving on the right side. They are in the U. Maybe they are not. Is it blue? I believe it is. AT. Austria. Yes. Come on. Easy win. Woo. All right. Let's continue. Let's get a back-to-back victory. Looks European. Could be Norway because of the housing style. I'm gonna see what other people... Somebody guessed Sweden. It's not Sweden, it's not USA. So are they seeing... Are they seeing English signs that they are saying that? To be honest, I'm not seeing a lot. It's not Norway. Maybe Finland, Denmark. Finland. Alright, it was Finland. It looked like a Scandinavian country. Alright, next round. Yellow lines. We are driving on both sides of the road. Now we are driving on the right side. Could be Argentina. Somebody guessed it right. I can't see anything else. It's a warm place. People are saying Africa. Can we get closer to this truck, please? Yes. No. Yes. No. Could you please overtake it? There's another truck. Well, it does look from South America, I would say. I'm not sure. This is Brazilian. Ew. There goes all the points that I gained previous round. This looks very specific to a certain country that I should know, but I don't know. Could be Czech. It's not France. It's not Germany. Strasse, so that is definitely, might be Switzerland. Yes. Also the houses look like they belong somewhere in the mountains. And I feel like Switzerland has mountains. Can we learn something else? Switzerland is not in the European Union, is it? Because I'm not seeing the blue marks either, so that's also a good indication that we are in Switzerland. By the way, guys, if you know the answer, let me know in the chat. Can really use some help. Wait, the sign changed? So we are driving on the left side. The license plates are small. Looks Asian to me. Malaysia. Yes. I also saw the website, but I already had a feeling that this might be Malaysia. Are these palm trees? I believe so. All right. Oh. Is this the UK? Is this your... Come on guys, you need to give me at least a time to zoom in. When I saw the text, well, it was too late. I feel like we are on a racing circuit somewhere. However, I'm not familiar with this circuit. Could be in Germany. Sao Paulo. That's Argentina, right? I mean, because it's in Spanish. This A with this curly bracket on it That's Portuguese. That's only in Portuguese. And they don't speak Portuguese in Argentina, so I don't know why I went over there. Alright, we are driving outside. Looks like this might be Japan. This might be South Africa. Could be New Zealand. Yes, got it. Because it looked more Asian. So they also have these wider plates, not this American style plates, license plates I mean. Dude also got it. And there's a website. New Zealand. Alright. Next round. Let's go over this way to this car. It's in English. I can't tell on which side of the road they are driving, but I believe they are driving on the left side. They are, so this might be Australia, New Zealand, yes. Alrighty. I always forget to look at the sun. Sometimes it's not clear where the sun is. Like in this case, it's somewhere over here. Maybe there. That's the north. So if the sun is in the north, we know that we are in the southern hemisphere. So in that case, like UK and Ireland would not be the right guess. This feels like UK. Ireland. Got it, because somebody else guessed UK. All new houses, looks like. They have a great view if you live there. Is dude gonna get it? I guess dude got it. So we drive on the right side. Can we zoom into the sign? Can we please zoom into that sign? I can't really read that. I don't see the blue on the license plate. There's definitely no blue. Let's see, they put also the sign on the other side, so this could be Russia, but I don't see any Russian symbols. We've seen this before. Is this Finland? Yes, let's go. Alright, we are driving on the right side. I see double lines, they are yellow. It feels like Asian. Let's look at the sun. There is no sun today, there's a leaf on the camera actually. The plates are yellow. This guy looks like he might be from South American country. Somebody guess Mexico. This could be Brazil. No, it was Colombia, really? Well, I would have guessed Brazil first, and then went over to that region, maybe Ecuador. I don't know. If I could see language, I could have maybe guessed if it was Portuguese or Spanish. Let's see over here, it looks warm, the sun is over there, that's clear, the sun is in the north, so we are in the southern hemisphere. It could be South Africa, it could be South America. Looks more like South America to me than it looks South Africa. Argentina, it's not Greece, because that's the northern hemisphere, still Greece. Could this be Mexico is also Brazil maybe? Yes. So this is Portuguese. Let's see. Oh no, we have seen this one before many times, and I always forget where it is. Is this Ghana? Alright, so it is Ghana. Need to remember that. Like this specific car is, well, I've seen it before, but just the fact that we are driving on the right side, although we know it's not South Africa because they are driving on the left side in South Africa, and also the fact that they have like pretty decent roads, well, then my mind always goes to Ghana first. So like Australia and South Africa, they're not good guesses because they drive on the left side and not on the right side. Nigeria was a good guess. India. Let's see. Hi there. I don't recognize this language. Are they are driving on the right side of the road? My game just is stuck. Is there something? Budapest. And Budapest is in Bulgaria, right? Is it? No, it's in Hungary. Well, that was stupid. Bulgaria. General. What flag is that? That's Swiss. Yes, let's go. Right, let's see. Let me go back and check the sign. Catania. Feels like Spanish, maybe. They are driving 40. See if there is a blue, but it looks like there's blue on both sides. If it is blue, then we know. So this is Italy. No. So it was European. So this was Italian, it was not Spanish, it was not Portuguese. I almost went for Romania, maybe. Alright. Alrighty. I'm not gonna waste any time. They are driving on the left side. India, because there are cows. And India is a big country. Could also be Bangladesh, could be. Are people seeing English sign? Well, where do they have big mountains? People guess Peru, no. Driving left side. Let's got a sign over here. Please continue. This is English. Could be Australia. So it is 50-50. Well, in Botswana they drive on the left. But apparently they also do in Lesotho. That's not a good start. That's not a good start. And we are back to 0. Just where we started at the beginning of the stream. All this effort was for nothing. They are driving on the right side. I can't tell if this is English or French. Could be Italian. I don't see European plates, so it's probably more like is this maybe Switzerland? No, somebody guessed Switzerland. Well, where can this be? So it's not European, right? They have all the mountains. The housing style definitely looks European. Maybe this is also Italy, but somebody guessed Italy. Maybe this is Malta. Croatia, I don't know. Andorra. Is Andorra not part of the European Union? I'm not sure about that. Alright, this feels like it's a warm place. We can take a look at the sun. The sun is... Oh, where is the sun? The sun is in the south, so we are in the northern hemisphere. Mexico. Let me take a look at Mexico. Yes. Just because we saw the sun. The sun can do wonders. Alright, let's see. We are driving on the right side. This is a language I'm familiar with. Is this the immigrants? Yes. The Emirates, sorry. This looks like Thailand. They are driving on the right side, but in Thailand they are driving on the left side. Could also be Bangladesh. So Thailand was a bad guess. It was a little bit of a waste. Is that a flag or is that just... Looks like an Indonesian flag, but the language is different. Cambodia, really? Alright, we got it wrong. But we were in the right area. My first guess was a bad guess because I believe they are driving on the left side in Thailand. Let me look that up again. Yes, Thailand does. So it's Hong Kong, India, Bangladesh also drives on the left side. Alright, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Japan, Thailand. Alright, so they were driving on the right side and Cambodia drives on the right side, but it looks like the same language as Thailand. Laos, they also drive on the right side. So Bangladesh on the left, India on the left, Sri Lanka on the left, Malaysia on the left, Singapore on the left, Pakistan on the left, Indonesia on the left, but the Philippines is on the right. Got it! Let's see, this looks like an Indonesian flag. I'm gonna guess Indonesia. Well, then it's upside down. It looks also like a this would be where is the sun? We cannot see the sun, but I believe the sun is over there. And that's in the north, so we are in the southern hemisphere. We are definitely not here, but we are somewhere over here. Argentina was already guessed. Uruguay was not. Brazil was guessed. Peru. I'm just looking at the flags at this point. I've used my 50-50. I really don't know. I don't know, but it was correct. Yeah, I have no idea what you are typing in the chat. Key music. Right, this might be South Africa. If we can see on which side of the road we are driving on the right side. So this is Ghana. 100%. Because this car, we've seen it multiple times. Alright, let's go to the next round. Unfortunately, the stream delays. It's not good. So I lowered the resolution. Well, that didn't help out at all. The problem is that my camera is like lagging. Might be an issue with my USB hub. That it cannot handle all this traffic, because I have like one USB hub that has a lot of things on it. But it is USB 3.0, so can handle quite a lot of data. Alright, 4 people got it. Let's go. Let's see. We are driving on the right side. We cannot read the sign. It feels like Eastern Europe. This is green, so it could. I need to be faster. I need more speed, but I couldn't see what other people are seeing. This looks like maybe this is New Zealand. Could be South Africa. Well, co.uk, so this UK. Alright. Alright. Yeah, roads look UK, but that place looks like a warm place. But it's just because the sun is shining on this picture. But this place looks a lot colder already. Eight people got it. It's a road. It's a car. Luckily we still got our 50-50. Is it a black car? Because if it is a black car, it could be Argentina, I believe. Let's see what the sun is. The sun is in the north, so we are in the southern hemisphere. So that makes Argentina still a good guess. Could be Uruguay. It's not the USA. Could still be Africa, of course. That's fine, but not go that direction. Yes, got it. Uruguay. Because it looked like Argentina. People are using their 50-50s. Got it wrong. Got it right, got it wrong. Got it right. Let's see, what do we have over here? We have to be fast. So this is driving on the right side. So this has to be USA. Could be Canada. Yes. We could use our 50-50 like right away. Let me take a look. This looks like maybe Greece, Italy. Can we see language? Real estate, please. Bam. Let's go. And I didn't even need to use my 50-50. Come on. Ugh. Ugh. Next round. It was all because this Uruguay guess that I had right. Right, this they are driving on the right side. The sun is over there. The sun is in the south, I believe. So we are in the northern hemisphere. Maybe this is Czech. These balls, these parts, they are specific for country. What country is that? Maybe it is Czech. Well, I have to use my 50-50. Does not look like France or Switzerland. Really, was this France? Did not look like France, I would say. Alright, the text maybe it does. Well, there goes my points again. They are gone. Vanished. Just like that. One wrong guess. And all the work I did for the previous hours is gone. They are driving on some side of the road. Looks like the left side. Could be New Zealand, could be South Africa. It's probably New Zealand. Yes. France. Can't believe that I got that wrong. Unbelievable. Incroyable. Let's go to the truck. Truck's gone. Berlin, so this has to be Germany, right? Let's keep on looking. Yes. Easy. Seven people still in it. Let's go to the street sign. This is French. Correct. Ireland. Well, it said camping, but well, this is the end of the roads. Now we have to go all the way back. Also, white place looks European. But maybe so it's 50-50. Oh boy, oh boy. Slovenia. Ah, no! My 50-50s are terrible today. Also went to the wrong side, because if I would have gone to the other side. Let's see if we can read something. No way. You need a little bit of luck by going to the right side. I mean, we get a completely different image from this one. Like here you go. Well, maybe you could read the signs. I don't see anything on that truck. Like, you basically get nothing. Well, now I could say this looks Scandinavian. I might have guessed Denmark. Second guess would be Norway. But Denmark would have been my first guess. Like, all those people probably went to the other way. 60 again. Alrighty. Are we driving on the left side? We are driving on the left side. Are we okay? Welsh. We are in the UK. Let's see if we learn something. I see these bollards. So black, white, black. All right. Let's see. Need to be fast about this. Looks Mexican. Sun, so that means it is Spanish. Yes, got it. So vende is also Spanish. If it was vende, it will be Portuguese. Somebody in the chat told me that. Let's go on the left side. So let's go over to Australia. I mean New Zealand. This is South Africa. Really? Oh boy. Oh boy. Really? Should have gone a little bit further. But I don't know, I saw an American car and I was just like, this is America. That was stupid. Stupid me. Alright, we are driving on the left side again. Looks like we have photo. See that sign. On your eyes. Well, what else could it be? Could be Botswana. Could be Eswati, or could also be Zimbabwe. And I need to guess this one. Yes, alright. That would have been my third guess. But now we wasted. Well, but now we are sure. Let's see, they are driving. Looks maybe Scandinavian. This looks like Finland. Yes. because of the naming, long names, double letters. So that narrows it down a couple of countries because of the housing style. Let's see over here. Let's go this way. Let's go back a little bit. Not seeing a lot. It looks. We can see where the sun is. We cannot see where the sun is. I would say Peru maybe, or Chile. Yes, got it. First try. Let's go. I want us to check the location of the sun. Well, this time we can. I believe it is over there, and that is in the north, so we are in the southern hemisphere. Somebody knows this place. I feel like this might be Uruguay, Argentina maybe. Maybe this is Africa. Let's see. It was Botswana. I was so close. But that doesn't matter. I didn't got it. I didn't get it. So this looks like Poland because of the yellow signs. We've also seen them in other countries. Could be Finland. Why is it terrible? Could be Lithuania. So it's not Cyrillic. Maybe Finland? I don't know this one. Iceland. Alright. I don't know what gave it away for other people. Maybe. It's already zoomed in over there. What language is this? Well, London, is this UK? they probably will not put London up in London, right? Maybe Portugal. No, Portugal was already guessed. Spain. They're right on the right side, yes. Come on. San Marino, really? That's in Italy, right? No! This is getting annoying. They are driving on the left side, looks like. Maybe not. I can't tell really. Feels like this might be Uruguay again. Yes. Does Uruguay or Argentina? Because of the car, the Google Street View car. Also the way it looks, the lines. And also take a look at the sun. The sun is in the north, so we are in the southern hemisphere. Alrighty. Let's go. This looks like Thailand. They are driving on the left side. We're driving on the right side. We could have guessed Laos. Somebody knows this place apparently. Ah, too late. Somebody used a 50-50. That's annoying. I feel like maybe they should eliminate the 50-50 in the final rounds. We are driving. We have seen this truck before. We are driving on the right side. This is Greenland. Iceland. Norway. Where is this? Russia? Well, let's take a look at the cars. Could be Mongolia, maybe. Specific truck. I don't know it yet. Mongolia. This Mongolia. Good now, but now we know, right? Now we know. Let's see, so we are in the European Union. This is German, it feels Austria. Yes. So it was German, but I don't know why it felt more like Austria. That's weird. What does that mean? 3 dot comma. Or maybe that's a letter for them. I don't know. They are driving. Can we move? Maybe this is Portugal. Spain. 50-50. Person's probably gonna get it. So this was Switzerland. Really? Do they speak Italian? Probably. So they speak some German, some French probably, and Italian. Alright. We are learning, and that's all that matters. That is Spanish. So it's froze again. So this is the Spanish. Bolivia maybe. Brazil was already guessed. Uruguay. Peru. Could be Colombia. Colombia. Yes. Alright, I really had to use this 50-50 because I was not sure about Colombia, but the fact that Colombia was there confirmed it for me. That Vietnamese flag. It is. Let's go. Alright, 6 people left. This looks like this might be Mexico. We are correct. Looks very American, right? But it's all in Spanish. Let me say it a bit. Let's see, it looks European. Well, that's French. Yes, come on. Well, this is Ghana. We have the same card again, right? Alright, let's go. Could be Canada. Could be the US. Alright, got it. Let's see, what do we have? We're driving on the right side. It's not Mexico. This is Argentina. Yes! Let's go! Another victory. But we are still down from what we started out with today. Let's see, let's go in this direction. Yes, we can see a sign, so driving on the right side. So this is Czech. Yes. Because this circle on the U is only found in Czech Republic. Maybe also the R. I'm not sure about the R. Like the other symbols are found in other countries as well, but the R might not be. But nevertheless, we got it. First try. Well, this is German. That makes sense, right? Because Czech is very close to Germany. 8 people got it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Feels like an African country. Let me take a look at the sun. The sun is over there, that's the north, so we are in the southern hemisphere. Thailand. What are people seeing? Could this be Botswana? 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 Could this Like, I'm not seeing any text. But people are guessing Asian countries. Bolivia then. Was this Brazil? How? Why? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense to me. The only indication that I had that was that it was in the southern hemisphere. That's it. It was just a road. Maybe they saw a website if you went to the other way. I don't know. Route 50, this is USA, right? Alright. Well, this is Norway. Oh, this is Scandinavian. Oh, probably would have guessed Finland first because of the long words and the double letters. I'm not familiar with this. This is France. What letter is that? Is it a T? It's not France. I can't see what it is. Turkey. So that was TR. No. What are people guessing? They are driving on the right side. And the left side, otherwise I might guess Australia. Down under. A land down under. Let me go over to that side. Let's read this. Looks Scandinavian. It's not Finland, it's not Germany. It's not the Netherlands. It's not the UK because they are driving on the right side. Sweden, so I might guess Finland. I mean Norway. Denmark. What could it be? Alright. I did not see any signs that indicated that this would be Lithuania. Lithuania. Maybe the green signs? I don't know. I'm not sure about that, so don't take my word for it. This might be Chile. Where the sun is in the north, so we are in the southern hemisphere. Mountains. It's not Brazil, it could also be Argentina. Uruguay, it's not Argentina. Uruguay is still a possibility, but I feel like this is Chile. Could be Peru. Let's guess Peru. Yes, come on. Let's go. Alright, 4 people are still in it. Looks like an African country. They are right on the right side. This feels not African to me now. The people do look African. Well, it's French, so Senegal maybe? Yes, let's go. Well, Botswana, I believe they are driving on the left side, aren't they? And here they were driving on the right side, and it was French. France. This one is a bit harder. This might be like Romania. Like, where do they these walls? I think we already. I believe it was Hungary that time. Hungary, Romania. Could still be Romania. Definitely in the Union of the license plates they have like this blue European Union indicator. It was Romania. Ah! Should have gone for it. I was thinking Romania, Hungary. Alright. Yeah. It's not. Should have gone for it. I waited too long. So let's see. We are in the European Union again. What language is that? I don't know. Could be Romanian. Yeah, I feel like this might be Romania again. So this time I'm just going for it. Hungary maybe? Yeah. Yes, thank you. You're right. So they have this GH combination. That's not something you see a lot. And these 2 points on the O, but that's, I believe, something you do see in more languages. Alright, 8 people. So looks like Norway maybe. Norway or Denmark. Yes. Because it's some kind of Scandinavian language. And the housing style looked like Norway. Alright, I'm not familiar with that language, but that's the only indication we got. Can we learn something from the car? It's a black car. It's driving on, so we are driving on the left side. Yeah, driving on the left side. Actually, cannot be. Oh, it froze again, so it's probably somewhere over here. It's not Japan, because we didn't see any Japanese symbols. Could this be India? Malaysia? I feel like Malaysia, a good guess. Bam! Got it. Just like that. We are moving on to the next round. Alright, so we are driving on the left side again. This feels like South Africa to me. Could also be New Zealand. Could read something. Could also be Thailand. If we just read something. Just a simple word. Well, New Zealand. Right? It is in English, right? What flag is that? Is it Malaysia again? Alright, it was Malaysia. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see you in chat, but you were right. So they are driving on the right side. It looks like people look Asian. Singapore. Philippines could be. It's all in English. Yeah, let me try. Philippines. Here. Let me try Singapore. Yeah, Singapore. I couldn't see if they were driving on the left side or right side because it was just a one-way street. But the building felt more like Singapore. Alright. Let's forget that one and continue with this one. So we are driving on the right side. It feels European, French maybe. Somebody is driving an electric car. Is this Finland? What language is that? No, it doesn't matter. Denmark? Scandinavian? Maybe Sweden. Yes. I don't think they have this letter in Denmark, but I'm not sure. Seems like a lot of people like this one. Volvo, that's also a Swedish brand, right? Well, it was at one point. Yeah. Alright, this one is a little bit harder. I'm thinking Thailand. For some reason I can't explain. Let's see. Can we learn something else? Well, we can take a look at the sun. There, so it's in the north, so we are definitely in the southern hemisphere. Somebody guessed Thailand. Somebody guessed Indonesia. Where can this be? Philippines maybe? Yeah, probably would go with Philippines. Yes, nice. Right, select the main road. I'm not familiar with these type of bollards. Well, that's Austria, isn't it? Yes. Bam! Yep. The flag get away from me. It's beautiful. 3 people in it. This looks like the Netherlands. Just like that. It's European and they have yellow plates, the housing. Yeah, the flag. That's a big help. Let's go. Oh boy, this is not good. Somebody knows this one. Let's go. Yep, you're right. But I had to use 50-50. This is Norway. Could be Iceland. Greenland. Yes. Nice. Yeah, this other person guessed Iceland, so then Greenland was the only option left. And I also saw your message, so thank you. Let's go. Finally, a victory. Well, I had a lot of help, so thank you for that. Spanish. Somebody guessed Russia. That cannot be right. Yes, nice. Nice, nice, nice. You saw this. Yeah. I did not even recognize the map. So they're driving on the right side. Can we see something on this truck? We cannot. It's not European. The sun is over in... I can't tell where the sun is exactly. I can't tell. Belgrade. Is this? Oh, it froze again. My game. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for Bulgaria. It's not, maybe Ukraine? Belarus? No, what was it? Northern Macedonia. So that's where they have Skopje. Is that the capital? Yep. Is Northern Macedonia part of the European Union? Let me look that up. Republic of North Macedonia. Well, I don't want a hotel. Wikipedia. Let's see. Skopje is the capital and also the largest city, so that's probably what we should have known. Alright, but I like to know if it is part of the European Union. I don't need this whole history. Yeah, I'm gonna play again. I can't find if it is part of it or not. So let's just continue. We are driving on the right side. It's not a Europe. It's not a European country. That's Spanish. Well, it could be a European country, but not European Union, right? I think Austria, well, the housing style. It's not. I speak German. Austria. No, it's not Austria. Maybe this Andorra, yeah, it could be. I'm gonna try San Marino. I'm gonna do this 50-50. Andorra, yes. I could not in Andorra, sorry. That's German, right? Could also be Austria. I'm gonna assume. Somebody gonna guess it. It's not German, Austria. Bomb. I think Andorra is also not part of the European Union because they don't have this blue European Union label on the license plates. Right. Could be Argentina. Could be Mexico. It's not one of those. What am I doing? Puente. Mexico. Let's go. Yes, you were right, Mexico. Come on, let's get another victory. We are driving on the right side. I see a big lake. Mali Stone. I'm familiar with that one. The bollards also don't look familiar to me. 70. Looks nice. Maybe this is Italy. Alright, this is not Italy, but it's somewhere over here. Croatia, maybe? Yes, come on. Slovenia was also an option. Felt a little bit more like Croatia. Well, as you would. Like the left side, so it could be UK. Ireland. Are they not driving on the left side? Maybe they are not driving on the left side. Denmark. Why was this sign on the left side, the speed sign? Maybe it was on both sides, but if I should have looked. No! But we had it was a good game. I would say maybe Romania or something. Please zoom in. Could definitely be Romania. Nope, it's not Romania. Is this Greek? Feels like Greek. Yes. Yeah, Greece, you're right again. You were right again. Alright. I feel like this is a famous location. What's that flag? Is that Iran or something? Is it India? Mexico? Yeah. Yes. What flag is that? Thailand. Maybe? Alright. It's like a flag quiz. This feels like Greenland, Iceland or Norway. Already gonna zoom into that. Greenland, you think? Nice. Well, it's not really green. This looks like it could be anywhere. Is there text on this? There is not. The sun. The sun is right above us. We still have 50 hours. Yeah, it could be Brazil. I just don't see any signs. Just some text that I can't read. Mexico, you think? Yes, and I'm too late. I thought I had a little bit more time. No. No. Let's go over here. Can't spot it. As far as on the left side. Oop. It's on the right side. Somebody guessed Japan. Turkey's good possibility. Here's some text. Well, it's in Turkish. also Mexico. So we are driving on the right side. Mexico, Peru or Chile? Peru. Yes. Let's go. So smaller license plates, yellow signs, bollards with this yellow top. That's probably good giveaway outside. Puente. 7 people left. So European Union. Let me read the sign. This is Polish. I'm not gonna. I need to do it. Yes. Yeah, like Polish. That's why I just sent it. People were guessing, right? So it was probably not that hard for other people. Alright, we have another car. What's KRCG? Bulgaria? Could be. We still... Well, we can just guess it. Yes. We still got our 50-50, but now we have to speed these up. Because of this delay, it's gonna be hard. So yeah, it looks like Cyrillic letters, yes. Nice one. This is still hard for me, like I need language or I need signs, but just this landscape. Alright, so the only information I got is that they are driving on the right side of the road. This is Bulgaria again. Right. Alright, 3 people left. Slovenia, Lithuania. Let's at least zoom in on that. Is that maybe Italy? Hungary? No, I feel like this might be Romania. Could also be Italy based on the license plates. I'm gonna go for Romania. Well, we got our 50-50. Italy. Yes. The license plate indicated for me that it was Italy because they have, well, it is English, Are they driving on the left side? I can't tell. I feel like this might be... No, I'm too slow. I couldn't tell if this was like Australia, New Zealand, or Singapore. Yeah. It was all in English. The yellow, maybe the double yellow lines on the outside, that's something from the UK, and maybe that's why Singapore would have been a good guess. This is Mexico, maybe. Pare, what does that mean? Well, it means stop, but is it... Is that Spanish or is that Portuguese? You think Argentina could be? All the signs would match. Well, we still got some time. Yes, somebody also guessed Uruguay. And there's the black car. And there are kilometers, I believe. And meters. Yes. Cannot read it. Norway. Denmark. Denmark. Sweden, maybe? Yeah, Sweden. I saw this Svagen, Mainsvagen or something, and it feels, the housing style feels Scandinavian. Alright, only 5 people got it. Yep, Swedish in the sign indeed. Danger. That's Japan. Japanese. They're driving in a... Yes, it has to be Japan, right? Because they are... Alright, let's go. So good. We are driving on the right side. India. Nope, this looks like Spanish to me. Mexico. Yes, we have the green signs. Bomb. Nice. Good one. Can we please read this sign? We cannot. I feel like this might be Belgium. And just when I was saying that, of course, Somebody guessed France, so they probably saw some French, and in Belgium they also speak French. Well, this might be Belgium again. Yes. Because of the housing style, the license plates. The Dutch language. Alrighty. Let me stretch out a little bit. Oh. This is the Netherlands. I can't zoom in fast enough. Easy. And it looks like most people got it. Alright. Have a nice meal. Bon appétit. Come on, guys. No, they don't guess. It looks French. Let's just go for it. What is this? So in English? So it's UK. Bomb. Ireland. What? Hi there. This looks... Ah, you're back. Norway, Greenland, bomb. Yes, Faroe Islands. What? It was Denmark. It froze again. Alright, does somebody recognize this tree maybe? This one? Looks like colder place. We still... Yeah, it could be Denmark, but could also be Sweden, maybe Finland. Canada, maybe even Alaska. It's not Finland. Somebody used their 50. I can't guess. I can do 2 guesses. But I was late. This was probably should have used my 50-50 earlier. So this was Lithuania. I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah, that's a little bit too hard for me. So the red numbers, I'm not familiar with them. They're driving on the right side. Could it be Poland? Yes. Because of these signs, they have like this very thin border. And in other countries, this red border around them is a lot bigger. And also because it is yellow. That's why. Because I've actually been doing some exercises at the beginning of the stream. And that's one thing I learned this morning. The same over here, like this border is very thin. Left. Australia, we are on the right side, so could be US. We still have some time. Didn't I click that? Alright, it completely changes. Maybe this is like Texas. Maybe this is Mexico. Argentina could be. Going to Mexico first. Yeah, this time it was Mexico. It feels like Texas to me. Texas is pretty close to Mexico. Mexico. Alright. 6 people left. I love Travis. Who is Travis? Sri Lanka? It's Asian? Probably. They are driving on the right. Could also be Asian, but I feel like this woman is Asian. Philippines. Philippines is over here. Yes, got it. It looked Asian. It's all in English. So that means we have to be in the Philippines. Alright, next round. 4 people. Can we get another victory? Let's do this. So we are driving on the left side. Police. Feel like this might be South Africa. Easy. Everybody got it. I mean, they got it just in time. This feels like Italy. It's not Italy. Could be Spain. Yeah, so that's Spain. It was Italy, really? I really need to start zooming in. Like, I know it is in this area, like Italy, Spain, and from the moment I know that, I need to start zooming in, because my mouse cannot zoom in that fast. Like, I would have guessed Spain, but still I wasn't even able to click on it because I was too slow. So my zoom game needs to improve. I'm gonna work on that right now. Alright, this looks European. Yes, it's somewhere in the European Union, so let's zoom in on that. Now we can figure out where it is. Could this be maybe Czech? The roads look nice. It's not France, it's not Spain. No. I think this. They're driving 50. Nobody's getting it. Well, now people are. I'm gonna use my 50-50. Northern Macedonia. Alright. I think a lot of people use their 50-50. This looks like Singapore. And I don't even need to see something else. Could be completely wrong, but I'm not. So the double lines again. It looked Asian with the double lines. They are from England, I believe. Feel like Singapore is just one big city. One big expensive city. I mean, it looks beautiful. There's no trash on the sides of the road or anything. Let's see. So we are driving on the right side. This could be Argentina maybe. Let's zoom in that area already. Let's go back. I feel like this is Argentina. Maybe it's Mexico? Italy, you think? Could be. Yeah, you're right. Looks Italian. Maybe tomorrow I will, instead of doing this warm-up with Eastern European countries, I will do Portuguese and Spanish. Or is it the Philippines? Sorry, New Zealand. Yes. Well, Greek and Turkey, they are in the same area. So you were right that it indeed looked like something from over there. So that was a good instinct. But the language was not Greek or Turkish. So what do we have here? We are driving on the left side of the road. We have some mountains. I feel like Australia is more flat. Does not look like could have been South Africa, but it's maybe a little bit too green for that. So that's why right side to the left. This is the Netherlands, probably. Yes. It is not, so then Belgium. It's also not Belgium. Well, it looked like that. Maybe it's Denmark. They have the same. I'm confident. Bomb. Let's go. So we can still use our 50-50. Alright. Emergency access route driving on the right side. That means either USA or Canada. If you can see miles an hour, or it's not so tested Canada. Somebody else guessed USA. Yep, it's indeed Canada. Canada. But I would say it's close to the USA. Well, somebody guessed USA again. Alright. Let's see, what can we learn? So it's not a European country. It looks like it could be Ukraine. Hungary? Could be, it's definitely in that area. Let's look a little bit further. Can we read something? Yes, we can. This is Czech. Yes. Because this U with the circle on it, that's Czech Republic. It's the only country that does it. Da. Is this Norway? Sweden, maybe. Yeah. This gas station they only have, I believe, in Norway, Sweden, maybe Denmark. So that's yes. Zoom's working. Mexico, maybe. Israel or Malta. Well, I can do one guess. Let's do Malta. Yes, nice. And now we can still use our 50-50. I could do it right away. Let's say win or something. Check. Or maybe it's not. Yes, it was. Let's look at this one. No, there was San Marino on this track, but I was too late. I saw it like last second. But alright. We are going up. That's good. Like from the moment you guys started playing with me, I started gaining points instead of losing them, so that's nice. Alright, final game for me, because I've already been playing almost like 5 hours. 5 hours straight sitting in the chair. Froze again. It's back. So it's not. It is not a European. I feel like it's this again. Nope, it's not. Albania, Bosnia. I was saying Austria, but is this? I feel like this. Yeah, one of those two. Somebody guessed that, I'm gonna do this. Bam! Nice! Nice, 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 nice. Nice. They are Guatemala. Where is Guatemala? Is that in Mexico? No, that's in Guatemala. That's a country. No. Really? Malaysia? Well, you got it. But what gave it away for you that it was Malaysia? Let's see, let's finish this by spectating. The flag. I didn't see the flag. Yeah, that's it for me. Guys, thank you all very much for being here today. It was really a lot of fun. I will be back tomorrow with another GeoGuessr stream, so feel free to join me tomorrow as well. At least if you guys join me, I can get some wins. So it's not really worth it for me. So yeah, everybody. Thank you, everybody who was following me. The mothership will be back tomorrow. My name is Calixis. Space out.